Oh, does that have a volume too? Interesting. Well, we know where we're going, but we don't know where we've been. And we're not little children. Ba-da-bum-bum.
Here I come to save the day.
God
Fucker.
damn it. God damn it. Don't laugh at me, you fucker. We're on the road to nowhere. Come on inside. There's a city in my mind. You know that's not true, Maddie. You know that's a fib. How's the weather by you? I think I saw that like Pittsburgh was getting deuced. Well, I think there's one going on right now. Or is that not it? Or is the guy on YouTube lying? Or are you fibbing again? Are you Fibonacciing again? Color seems off. My hands seem too yellow on this now, but we'll see. Pittsburgh's on a river, right? Three rivers? Suspicious. Baby, it's all right. All right. For the 3 billion people currently in here, the winners of the palette choices were a tie for white, so I'm choosing titanium white. Blue Ridge yellow ochre, quinacridone magenta, and chromium green oxide. Isn't that just the gas of a palette? It's being able to use titanium white though helps a lot with this one. Which one didn't you vote for, Maddie? We're on the road to nowhere. Oh, you wanted Bointamba? Chechi nach pas un piepe. The fuck you talking about, Jamboree? Is it Chechi? What language is that? Nest? Is that France? Oh! I'm almost out of Ridgen. But I'm not gonna get more Ridgen. Baby, it's alright. Now, where a transparent red oxide. I thought I had some tubes of yellow ochre still in here. Bonjour! Baby, it's alright. Nope. What's in here? Oh, that's lemon yellow. Do I just keep them all out? No. Hi, Ron. No worries. That's impasto. What is this? Okay, that's a blue, which is not yellow ochre. That's Pyro Orange, which is not yellow ochre. I think that's Lamp Black. That's Titanium White. Do I not have a tube of... That's the shitty yellow ochre. It's not those. I didn't think I finished my last tube of yellow ochre. There we go, we found it. Okay. All right, everybody. So this is one hell of a palette. I actually don't mind this palette. If this was lead white, I'd feel a lot worse about this palette. You know, it's just, the fact of the matter is, in a 4-color palette, titanium white is kind of like a very beneficial color with its properties in 4-color palettes. It sucks that it doesn't have the archival properties of lead white. But lead white has it's the semi-transparency of lead white makes these makes 4-color palettes a lot tougher. Hi Yoni, you are here early today. Interesting, little glare. So, oh wait, am I transmitting? Which is why, well, I mean, Maddie, and you know, as we've talked about in the Zorn palette, titanium white almost makes it palatable. We're on the road to nowhere. Come on in time. Today we have titanium white, Blue Ridge yellow ochre, quinacridone magenta, and chromium green oxide. Can somebody on Twitch check what's the maximum quality they could do? If you don't mind, for the video. for the vidya. You do 10A. I mean, that's the max that Twitch can do regardless, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is genuinely one of the more interesting palettes we've come across. Once again, if this was lemon yellow, I know that wasn't an option. Ooh, best viewers. If this was lemon yellow, this palette could actually do quite a bit. Because we could get fine enough reds, the brightness of the yellow, like I said, in the context of lemon yellow, the greens we could make would be pretty good. We could still make a decent enough, like, blackish dark color. Wow, stunning douche. What do you mean, Manny? So we'll still be able to make a proper, like, dark blackish color with this. I'm fairly confident that we can. Our best blue is going to be titanium white, probably a touch of quinacridone and chromium green. That's probably going to be our best blue. Oh, stunning douche. You're right. I think I should take that guy's deal, though, Maddie. I could get the best viewers. I could get the best viewers from that chatter, Maddie. Sounds like a good deal. You know, in the green, interestingly enough, if this was a bluish turquoise, blinded by the line, revved up like a douche, another roner. How do they pronounce it like they did? It sounds like douche, not deuce. Yeah, interesting palette. Considering that there's like no green tones in what I'm seeing, it's like we're in the realm of neutrals again. And some stronger yellows. The yellow will be a weakness in this palette. Professional doom scroller. I think we all are professional doom scrollers at this point. I thought it was deuce, Omizu. I thought it was deuce. All right, should we get our paints out? I'm just still so devastated by this Hooters news, everybody. I might really need to take off like 6 to 12 months to recover. I don't know what I'm going to do anymore. I don't know what am I supposed to do now? How does one recover? Exactly, Jamboree. Okay, yeah, all right. Jamboree and Onizu, you both said the same thing, yeah. I mean, what do desperate people who like women pretending to be sexually interested in you supposed to do? Go to strip clubs? Ha. Ridiculous. I do have to say I've never been that big into like the chicken wing craze, But I'm kind of amazed how much that's like been nuts the past like what 10 years now. She got down, but she never got paid. She's gonna make it. Oh yeah, Jamboree, aren't you getting bad weather today too? Anybody who's having bad weather? Oh, what did I just do? Okay. I was watching that Ryan Hall guy a little bit today, or I put it on, and the coverage that he had on his thumbnail covered like Tennessee and like Kentucky completely, and like Southern Illinois. But then I was watching, then he said Pittsburgh was getting like hail and stuff like that. Okay. Okay. That's a little bit chunky to start off with, so we're going to add a little bit of impasto to start off with. Not impasto, some oleo gel on that one. Do it on this one. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little bit of filler to start off with on the stronger color. So I'm going to do it on all but the yellow ochre. So, oh, just so everybody's aware, I ordered the tubes. I ordered the large tubes for the impasto medium, everybody. So, once I make, you know, the big batch, I could, I'll probably be listing it on my shop. So for all of you who are nervous about using expensive paints, it is actually a pretty good way to help with your like paint usage anxiety, everybody. The bismuth yellow, Maddie? In a large tube? Titanium white has a shot if there's a demand. If I get enough people saying, hey, I would buy a large tube of titanium white, it's just, with how I make paint, Maddie, it's a lot of pigment. Like... So for 160 milliliters of titanium white, Maddie, it would be about 3/4 of a pound of pigment. It'd be around there. Actually, probably more than that. For the bit, but like cost-wise, it'd probably be around $20 worth of pigment. Like 16. No, it would be closer to 20. Be like $20 worth of pigment. Hi, Kaziki. But, Maddie, so the high Nordic, but for the lemon, bismuth lemon, Maddie, it would be $60+ of pigment alone. It'd be somewhere in that range. And then the time and other materials, I mean oil and stuff like that, I would probably have to charge $100 for that tube, Maddie. I'm doing all right for the yellow. The titanium white would probably be like 50, which is much more manageable for that amount. From a steam, like a sauna Nordic. Oh, stream. Gotcha. I don't know. All I'm saying is I know saunas are popular in your part of the world, okay? All right, everybody. So, Maddie, here's the thing, right? At the moment, I don't have the demand to justify it. I'll tell you this, Maddie, though. If you wanted a special... If you told me that you would buy that size tube, I could do one special for you the next time I do those batches. And I could estimate the price for you beforehand, okay? Is that fair, Maddie? I mean, the other thing I could do, Maddie, is I could do a bundle deal. Problem is, it's still more work for me to make 4 individual tubes than one large one. No, I'd probably just make... If somebody wanted a larger tube, I could quote them a price and then do it. But I don't think I could just have... Like, I don't think I could keep, Maddie, like those in stock. They're just kind of too many resources for me at the moment for a low chance of sale. Mud, could I be honest with you? Sorry, I've been thinking about that guy this whole time since I saw that. Just like leading off with that in a stream. How many times has that fucker done that? That's the thing. He came back like 20 minutes later. He was watching. That was his first chat. Oh, geez, that sucks, Nordic. Hi, Todd. All right, Nordic. Not bad. Not bad. People are weird. But yeah, I might just start jokingly just say, hey, can I be honest with you? Yeah, why are they getting punished for being honest? God. This is what's wrong with this country, everybody. God, what a lot of incel energy there. I bet he's a really nice guy, Salt. I bet he's a really nice guy. Yeah. It's ridiculous. At this point, Salt, it's ridiculous. Yeah, Nordic, you're just gonna have to stay here for the rest of the stream. That's it. So, once again, we'll talk about this. I think this is a fine palette, everybody. I really do. Our weakest color, in my opinion, is actually yellow, not blue. This will make a somewhat acceptable purple, and I think we can kind of get the blue. Not bad, Todd, you and your glizzies. All Nordic, every day. Yap, 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 yap. That's true, Mizu. Every day, Nordic. Yap, yap, yap. So, all right. Green is fine. Because if we were to make a bluish, if we just wanted to, like, do a quick little test here, for, like, a kind of a blue, we could go this route, just a little bit of quinacridone magenta and the green. So maybe blue is worse because that just goes very neutral. Sometimes it's hard to tell. This is probably the closest like blue side of the green. That's not even blue anymore. But let's see if we add titanium white to this. So we can get a purple. Well, a desaturated purple, because this is a purple in itself. Very brown. Too much magenta. Okay. Now let's see. I haven't used chromium oxide in a while. I have not. I'm not a big hot dog. I don't eat like hot dogs at home. I just cook all the time. I guess our best blue is just straight up chromium and titanium white. Maybe if we added the smallest amount of magenta to that. Okay, we're a little bit more limited than I expected there. Yapping. Okay. What's our darkest color? Our darkest color is going to be heavy magenta and green. But that's still not that dark. Interesting. Is that our darkest color? So you know what it is, Mun, and I was not expecting this. These two are pretty close. These two are pretty close complementaries. But because this is bright and opaque, it's drab soil. Interesting. It makes a neutral. They're actually pretty complementary, those two. Study and brown. That's what this might be, Mud. This is our darkest color. What am I gonna do? I did not. This has actually caught me a little off guard. I thought this would end up darker. Everybody here. Yeah, shade. Block that a little bit. The color brown. Well, we got a challenge today, everybody. We got a challenge today. So maybe Burnt Umber would have been better than Quinacridone. I thought Quinacridone was going to get the job done on it. Oh, no. What I said, Mud, is that from now on, the last two colors chosen for limited palettes for the red, yellows, and blues will not be in the polls. So for yellows, I didn't have the yellow oxide or the bismuth lemon. For the reds, I didn't have pyrrole orange or alizarin crimson. And then for blues, I did not include phthalo and viridian. I think that's a good rule just to help stimulate different palettes. It really actually had nothing to do with my hatred of the yellow oxide. It was more of like, I would like to get things like, even though this palette seems like now it's a lot worse than I expected it to be, I'd still rather have face creative challenges like this. That's all right. Who reads anything I write? All right, how many tries? How many tries? Ye have little faith, Senor Sal. Hi, Martin. How you doing? Silver grains. I don't throw punches. I cry. Remember, I cry aggressively, Salt. 2 from Amizu. 6 tries? Come on, Nordic. Do people not recall how toxically masculine I am? Any other guesses? 2 for Mud. A lot of low faith. A lot of low faith today. It took 2 last time, everybody. You know what's funny, Mud? That thought has literally never I have literally never considered that. That's not even a joke. Is that what I should use? It's not even been a consideration. Oh my god. Is this what I want to use? We'll try it. Get a goddamn talent. I don't know if I can at this point, Mud. Will my toxic masculinity... Will I not allow my toxic masculinity to be challenged and for me to overcome? Alright, we have our guesses. Our Super Nintendo Power Grip. I need these challenges to feel like a man. Alright. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, that was easy, everybody. See, why do I need a different jar if I could just do it in one every time? Suck it, nerds. Ones have it. That was easy. That was even... Thank you, Emmy. I agree. I am... Can I be honest with you, Emmy? Thank you, Maddie. Polly Pocket! That was a joke, Emmy. That was referencing something that happened in Mudstream today. Oh yeah, Maddie is owed another point. For the foist. That's true. That's true, Salt. And I didn't even explain it, so no points agree. No points to that a-hole. All right, so we have Ricardo's split personality, Albus Greer. He put on this wig and mustache and put in a pipe and is calling himself Albus Greer. Don't know why. He's also speaking an English oh, so that disconnects when I do that? I do that every time. So he's over there. How does the video look better to everybody, by the way? Whoops. Possibly, Salt. But he is not talking about Arizona. Looks fine. Skin looks more yellow. A little bit more jaundice than usual. Whoops. And I was considering trying to stream to TikTok. Yeah, we'll see how it looks with the colors on there. I have a case of the jaundice, Nordic. At least that's what my doctors told me. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this a little bit differently than I have been. No worries, Pickles. Have fun. So I've been a little bit too over concerned with like the dimensions on where I put it on the canvas. So now I'm just gonna start off with the face and go from there. Know what I'm saying, dogs? She got down, but she never got she's gonna make it. Do you know what I'm saying? Was that a South Park reference, Mug? Yes, I know what you're saying. All right, there we go. I know which one you're talking about. To the face! To the fucking face. Why do I start there? Nobody knows. I don't know, Nordic. Don't encourage that stream terrorist, Pickles. Interesting how in this palette you could really see how purple fucking titanium white is. Interesting. Maybe I need to go this route with it. This is also kind of a bad time, though, to like be judging values and colors for me. I just have to be more focused on getting down general values and colors before I can like really judge this shit. I just blew the entire painting on Mizu? Maybe. Maybe. Ooh. Maybe it's the lighting. Oh, am I in the wrong type of light here? Ooh, that might be affecting some of how I see this shit. Hold on. I fixed my lighting up above here, but I think I'm on the cold setting. Maybe not. Maybe not. Is that true, Omizu? And you know what the funny thing is I have. When I was young and dumb and needed the money. Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. My prostitution days are long gone. Working the mean streets of Arlington Heights, Illinois. See, your stripes true. It's just the plot of Basketball Diaries. I mean, it's a warm yellow. Yep, the Blue Ridge Mountains. There, my burnt umber that I use, Todd, is Blue Ridge burnt umber as well. There's my watercolors, the burnt sienna is Blue Ridge burnt sienna. They're able to find pretty much the full range of ochres and umbers there, except I'll say this: the Blue Ridge umbers and ochres, I believe, have a higher iron oxide content, which makes them more red and warmer in general. Where the yellow ochres and umbers you find in Europe tend to have more manganese or less iron oxide, I should say. So they generally are more desaturated. This is just a pattern from the ones I've tried. Umbers and ochres from Europe or the Middle East, I'd say, tend to be more green and desaturated. So like the green raw umber that I have is from Cyprus. All right, camera disconnecting. Is that because of this? Why is it doing that? Camera down. Fixing. There we go. Camera 1, camera 2. Mud with the references. Wayne's World. Now Wayne's World. Camera 1, camera 2. Shooby-doo. Oh, what movies did you guys watch yesterday in the ravine? Classics? Yeah, which ones? Ooh. I regret not joining. But I was doing some stuff. But I couldn't tell from the previews. Maddie, are you back on the acid? Maddie, have you ever taken acid? Not once in your life? Neither have I. Just a minute and it's wafer thin. Oh, Emmy, do you dabble in the acid? That's true. I think that hair comes out a little bit more. You're very boring, so you don't dabble in the acid, Emmy? Hey, just because you don't dabble in drugs does not mean you're boring. This may shock people. I have never done a drug illegally. Never. Now, I've never really wanted to because painkillers never really worked on me when I've had several surgeries. Well, I've had Vicodin, I've had morphine, I've had codeine for surgery-related stuff, and none of them worked on me. Should I? I don't know. I have no want to try the marijuanas. Shrooms are legal in Ann Arbor? Oh. That's true. Yeah, you know, funny enough, a lot of my best friends throughout my life smoked weed a lot. But, you know, they weren't like the type be like, oh, you should do this, or, you know, they'd offer, but it's not like, you know. But it just never appealed. Never appealed. So the jaw's at a much bigger angle than what I painted. That's part of the charm of this one. Hi, Sophie. Jesus Christ! We got down, but you never got. Paige is gonna make it. Through the night. Jaw's too wide, I think. Yeah, you should, Maddie. Jesus, 2 in a row? What the hell? Okay. Sophie cannot stop, huh? Cannot stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
This guy stinks!
I don't stink. Alright, let's get one thing clear. I don't stink. Okay.
Boo this man!
Nope, don't boo me. Shut up, Maddie! Okay. Alright, Army. Okay. Paint Fact redeem? I missed that? I don't have the redeems up there. My bad. I minimized my... Foxman, okay. Okay. All right, let's go with let's combine our chat's love of physics and pigments. Our chat's universal love of physics and pigments and color. So, does anyone know how pigments in a physics sense work? Does anybody have an idea on how pigments actually work? Why do pigments show the color they actually show? Electron levels? I wouldn't say electron levels, no. There we go, Todd. They reflect they absorb specific wavelengths of light, and they reflect other ones. So, for example, bismuth lemon will absorb red and blue wavelengths of light and reflect back the yellow. Okay? All right? Now, that's how our eyes perceive pigments, right? Or stuff that we see in person, right? When you look at something in person and it shows a color, okay, it's because it's absorbing specific colors and reflecting back the other ones, right? So it feels counterintuitive to a certain extent, where a yellow would absorb blue and red, but reflect back the yellows, right? Now, black means that it absorbs all colors, or the darker it is, and so there's nothing reflecting back. Okay, and white reflects all the colors back. Okay, and the combination in an additive nature of light, it becomes white. Okay. But now let's talk about like subtractive light. So does anyone know what's a good example of subtractive? A subtractive Yep. So what does it mean to be subtractive? And I apologize if my terminology is wrong here, but I'm trying to recall what I know about this.
Grab the children! Save the children!
Never. Right. Well, so when you do subtractive mixing, yeah, a filter, Foxman, right? So a good example of this is like watercolors or glazing, where you're layering, right? So when you think about layering but it's transparent, okay? So think about watercolors, okay? So watercolors, you do like a filter over the white, right? And let's say you put blue, right? So with that, you are subtracting the red and yellow wavelengths from what you see, right? From the light that's bouncing off of the white canvas in the back, right? Or like a gel through light. Does this make sense? But then you could put additional layers, subtracting other specific wavelengths, or subtracting more of a set of the specific wavelengths. Okay? Next, though, we come to a big difference with projected light, okay? So our monitors and like movies or TVs now project the light directly, so where they generate the specific wavelength of light to show to you directly, and it's partly why we can see those colors more vibrantly than we could see on reflected light. Do we understand this difference? Do we understand this difference? Yep. So when I talk about painting from photos or painting from a reference on the monitor, you are looking at colors and contrasts that you cannot really replicate without changing, because you have to do a natural conversion of projected light into a subtracted light medium. This is partly why I say painting from life is an extremely valuable tool and methodology to learn, because it encompasses the differences of the the nature of subtracted light to the nature of projected light. Do we understand? I don't know. I don't know necessarily. Once they print onto a film, they are subtractive. Once they are printed, but if it's just about when you see them, right? So projected film, that's an interesting one. Projected film, I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to see more examples of it. I guess the moment it's projected, it's different. Any questions? Yeah, but so what happens when like a projector, so a film projector, what happens then? Nobody knows, Mr. Salt. All right, so Foxman, this is why it connects. Okay, there is a pop quiz later, Emmy. So Foxman, when you're mixing, it's subtractive. When you're looking at something, it's subtractive. Okay. When you're looking at something at a monitor, it is now projected light, which you perceive differently, and they can hit higher brightness and saturations of colors that is possible than what we can do in life. Does that make sense to you? Well, and then once we get into real life too, you got the ultraviolet range too. I don't think that there's any color that can be more. So Foxman, there's a difference here, okay? So if you were to take a picture of a pigment, sure, it will look different because you have what the camera does to it and how the image gets altered. So I wouldn't say that the computer is limited by it. It's more of a nature of the transition of taking a photo or recording a pigment and then showing it back on a monitor versus if you just say, well, this is the color, and then displaying a color that is similar. So it's a little bit different than that, Foxman. So like Foxman, here, do this for me. Or anyone can do this, okay? Not just Foxman. If you go into Paint, go into Microsoft Paint and go into the color chooser, go to the RGB number section, and type in, so it's red, green, blue, 00255. 00255. So red 0, green 0, blue 255. Let me know when you've seen that. All right. So that blue is not achievable through pigment or something that we could see in like real life as a naturally occurring blue. Okay? You could do that with 02550 and 25500. There are people who have actually created ways of measuring color outside of the RGB scale, because RGB, you can't have a P, Kaziki. Who have created methods of measuring color relative to what the human eye can see is, okay? So, for example, I believe it's called the Munsell color system. Munsell, Munsell, and he has 3 numeric ratings on there, or no, 2 numeric ratings and a code. So his first one is like, for like, let's say quinacridone magenta would be a red blue in a number. And that's where it aligns on the like color spectrum. Okay. Then he has a chroma value. Thank you, Salt. I actually remember the name correctly. He has a chroma number and a value number. In his big advancement over other systems is that he recognizes that specific colors can only be so bright at full saturation to the human eye. Okay? And I have verified this in a different technical way when I was up my own ass about measuring color. All right? Why does it keep on turning off? Okay, so that's what my camera's doing. So what he learned is, what is the color that could be full saturation and be the brightest? So what color has the highest combination of chroma and value? And that's yellow. Yellow can be the brightest color while remaining fully saturated. Right? But so that one's like Munsell scores is its value might be like a 7.5 or an 8, and its saturation being as high as it can be, right? But so it's actually a 3D scale on how bright and saturated a color can be, and then it also accounts for its variations when you increase the value and how it affects saturation. It's just so it's a good way of understanding that like value and color is inherently linked, and that there is a difference between what the eye can perceive versus what the eye can receive when it's like when the color is being projected into it. That's a weird distinction, I know, but it's the difference between projected light and reflected light. Interesting, Silver. So let me give you an example though. I had a color. Why are you doing this? Is it overheating? I didn't know cameras could overheat like this, everybody. Sorry. Hi, Burger. How you doing, bud? Interesting. This is a good discussion to have with you, Silver. Because there is some interesting nuance here that I am not like qualified to kind of speak on. That makes sense. Have you read up on the Munsell color system at all, Silver? It might be something interesting for you to read up on. Oh yeah, ads were going on during that one. Yeah, I think that has to deal with the cones in her eyes. But it's also the difference between, I mean, I do know that there's a difference between projected light, obviously, and reflected light. Well, no, so Foxman, that's a thing. It actually is not necessarily bound to those numbers. So it could display yellows and blues that are higher than the 255. Silver, I'll read up on Munsell. I think you'll like it a lot. So point being is, projected light can exceed the saturation and values at colors that can be reflected.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Jesus Christ! Me burning slime! Oh my god, a raid! Oh my god, a raid. Get in here. Welcome in. Get in here. Am I? Oh my god, Starcat. Welcome back in, Starcat. Nice to see you again. We are doing a limited palette today, 4 colors. Please share any links that you would like. Starcat alien thingy. Or not Starcat, me burning slime. No, you're not, Starcat. Don't lie. Who just Prismatic Turtle and Martin Fire. Welcome in.
Boo this man!
Yeah. Don't boo me, Sashi Umabashi. Okay. Okay. I see people are just full of piss and vinegar. Slime, share your links. Oh my god! Nicholas the Ridiculous? Okay. Alright, so now it's Sashi slander time. Sashi the Slanderer. Sashi the Slanderer. Raid 2, true. Welcome and thank you for the raid. Anyone who doesn't know, I paint with oil paints. I sell paints. I fight crime. Especially jaywalkers. Thank you. You want to see my shops? Go to Fourth Wall for paint, some prints, and some merch. Take this, mortal. Etsy, I have original paintings. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Rawr! Hi, Real Fopu. Welcome in. Okay, don't... Oh, wait, there was... Wait, how did Slime raid twice? Welcome in. Kale Chip, thank you for the follow. Skibidi Sigma Pomni, Digital Fortnite Chamba Chikibi, Ibai El Chokas.
Playing with your dinghy.
Alright, random user. Thrice? I will not stop playing with my dinghy. Thank you. Classically trained. Too much red in there. What the hell? Most likely, Sashi. It was in fact thrice. Interesting. Who just murdered me? Starcat alien thing. I'm not a taint. I'm not a taint. Okay. What the hell's going on here? We will be back. Oh my god. When? When will I see you again? Okay, let me, all right, good.
Grab the children! Save the children!
I will not. Those children are as good as dead. How about now? Jesus Christ. Why do you keep doing this?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink.
Oh my glob!
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm not going through the spiel again. Sounds good, Slime. Thank you for the raid. Jesus. I always do. I sleep with 3 eyes open. And 2 closed. It's a lot heavier on the magenta in that camera than I was expecting. So let's beef up the green. Yeah, so Yemen blue is a fairly neutral blue. It's not a great pigment. For the price, its color, and it's like saturation. I mean, its saturation is fine, but it's too expensive and not like a good enough pigment for its value. I will not Omizu. We've talked about Yemen blue before on the stream, Foxman. Or also known as Oregon blue. I believe it's a yttrium manganese blue. Yttrium comes up a bit in pigments, or it has in a modern context, but I believe they're expensive pigments. I mean, I know Yemen blue is an expensive pigment to make. So interesting. This. Okay. How do I fix that? How do I fix this?
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Absolutely not. That's interesting. Never quote Chuff. You know, that's a lot of different subjects, Fox. Why one appears than the other. Okay. I have not seen. Well, no, I have a swatch of Yin Min now. I have to find it, but it did not look super impressive to me. I've heard it looks very similar to cobalt blue. So straight cobalt blue apparently is pretty close, Foxman. But here's the thing. There's a lot of things about light and with regards to pigment. I think the head is too short, maybe. Neck is too long. But we'll this is the blocking. No, I don't really care for those, Foxman. Because those pigments aren't really useful in the context of painting. So I don't have a ton of interest. Like for example, like the orangest orange is going to be like a fluorescent pigment, right, Fox? But for a vast majority of fluorescent pigments are not light fast. So I'm also concerned with the nature of the pigment as far as its reliability in context of painting. Or using, or usability. If fluorescent pigments were light fast and stable, I would probably use them. As long as they had the other properties. And their price, obviously. It's just that they fade, Foxman. So fluorescent pigments, a vast majority of them fade color within a year or two. And I can't have that. So that's the thing. It's now there's value in researching pigments and discovering pigments for a lot of things. I posted a video in the Discord the other day, Foxman, about bismuth vanadate being used in solar, bismuth vanadate yellow pigment being used in solar production. Nick doesn't get faded. That's true, Omizu. Varnish does not stop it. You can have UV protected that will not stop it from fading. Because it can't stop all UV. And, varnish also deteriorates. So there's just it's either the pigment is stable and light fast, or eventually it will fade. Obviously, there are ways that can delay it, and there are certain combinations, that might help it, right? So the example I talked about in last stream was Maya Blue is made from indigo and clay. Pigment made from indigo and clay. Indigo is it's a lake pigment that is not light fast at all. But in Maya Blue, in the context of the clay, it's extremely light fast. It's lasted thousands of years. So, in the context that it was used. So, that doesn't mean that, there can't be solutions to this in the future, but in its current form in mediums like acrylic and oil, fluorescent pigments are not light fast. If it was a perfectly dark room, I don't think it would fade. But then, once again, if we're going to that extreme, it's just pointless then, right? All right. It is time for a break. Let me do some fiddling around. Let me fiddle. Fiddling. It's oversaturating. Let's go back to auto. What does daylight look like? No, it's more like that. Interesting. Deep looks is which one is more accurate here? Let's see. Am I getting any? Oh, sorry, we're fiddling. Standard. Do I have to do... Oh, shit, that came off? Fucking A. Beans and toast. Last test. Thunder, yep. I got a black cloud that follows me around. What's the best way to do this? What's the best way to do this? Let me check something. I mean, that's true, Omizu. I'm of the opinion if you intend to sell your work, you should be transparent with it. So, I believe it is if you use not light fast pigments, you should let people know. That really didn't make a difference, huh? It's more of an Eeyore situation. So... Why doesn't this work? Well, I don't know if it's smart, Omizu. I just think of it as a ethics. To me, it is a matter of ethics. Maybe white is not what I should be using there. All right, we are going to take a break. I'm going to work on this when I get back. I feel like there's a lot of light bouncing into my lens, but we're going to take a break. We're going to run ads. God bless it. Okay. And we'll be back after a word from our sponsors. Okay. After a word from our sponsors. So whoever you see in this commercial is who is currently sponsoring me. All right, we'll see everybody in 5 minutes. Oh my god, we're back. Oh my god. We've done it. We're back. It's happened. This is happening. This is happening, everybody. I will not. I will not, Maddie. I refuse. Well, that's because it is, Foxman. That's because it is. This is Ricardo's alter ego, Albus Greer. Albus Greer. Oh my god! A raid! Albus. Albus. Welcome back. Are you just like raiding and turning back on stream? Is this what's going on?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I might be Starcat. I see. I see. All right, let's get out some more brushes. I need to fix this background. Nice. Nice. Ooh. Ooh.
Nice.
It's a lot of blue on this one. The heck? We'll wash it out in this. All right. So we got to fix this background. It's too magenta. Let's see what this looks like. I also need more yellow ochre. I need to get out some oleo gel. Who was that guy again recently, Mud, who was doing that? Who then like was trying to what the fuck was that guy's name? It was something TV, right? That a-hole. Like, they DM me out of nowhere and then, like, bring me up everybody's names. What the fuck was that? That person was a real son of a bitch. Yeah, that's good. The balls on that person, though, were just like lying, like just how much they were lying instantly, and then like their like sob story. It was like Maddie 2.0. It was like Maddie 2.0. I completely agree with that, Mud. Well, it's either like Mud, it's either that it was either mental health or they were really just trying to like, you know, scam their way into the community. It definitely seemed that way, but I never underestimate, Mud, just a simple like just how simple things could be for perceived gain. So the head's too short. I should probably get the face right first before I work on the background, now that I think about it. Yeah. I think there was a high chance it was like somebody who thought that they could like, you know, figure out a way to quickly average like 50 to like 100 viewers. Because they clearly had no clue how like the community is. You know what I mean? Like with they never talked with me in the DM that they sent to me, naming people who like I've known for a while. They really didn't. Is that too big now? No one's got bigger balls than Maddie? Maddie, does anybody have bigger balls than you? Omizu's stating that you have the biggest balls. All right, so Omizu, Maddie's contradicting your statement about their balls. I'm not going to ask that, Omizu. Yeah, Maddie, that is very unethical to deep fake the size of your balls. Very unethical, Maddie. Don't do that. Not gonna lie, Mud, I'm like all over the place with this one. All over the place with this one. I'd never. All right. Yeah. I just so I was surprised by how not dark the darkest color I could make was. Very surprised by that. Well, I also think this is an opportunity, Mud, to in order for me to get what I want out of this, I have to be creative. And you know, we'll have to go about it in ways like that. Yep. I'll use the small ones. So, you know, like a best way to describe this palette is my contrast is more limited than I expected it to be. Or another way to put it is my experience level with challenges like these, basically I'm in a really uncomfortable spot, which is not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. Maybe. Interesting. Everybody, I might need to have to go into a training montage during the stream to do what I want to do. Might have to go into a training montage. You're the best around. Nothing's ever gonna take you down. In the morning light. What was is that Rocky 4 that I was thinking of? Everyone, what was the training montage song from Rocky 4? How you doing, Lost? I think it was that, like, in the morning light, it's much too late. I'll start lifting with, like, rocks and boulders and stuff. And then I'll beat up a Soviet. Is it? No shit. We're gonna need a montage. Montage. A motherfucking montage. Montage. How you doing, 1,000 pounds milk, Gorevd? Thank you, milk. Or 1,000. 1,000. What's wrong with my arm? Is it the jaundice? I have a case of the consumption and jaundice. But I mean, was that what you were referring to? How yellow my arm looks? We're gonna need a montage. How you doing, Flat Joseph? Lurk away. Lurk away. Oh, gotcha. Well, normally I'd charge for that, Emmy. Normally I'd have to charge you for that, but as you know, sometimes there's freebies on the oily fans. As you know, Emmy, sometimes there's freebies on the oily fans. I already pay most of my viewers Lost. I don't know, you've just never asked. You've just never asked, Lost. You think anybody would watch this stream willingly? Yeah. You're stuck here. I think I'm paying most people around like $80 an hour. That's true. That's true, Flat Joseph. Yep, just casual for all the viewers. I'm surprised. I mean, I'm surprised nobody's told you, Lost. Yep. I mean, how do you think why do you think I need this HR department? Why do you think I need the HR department? I wonder if green would just look more. Testing out something. Well, yeah, the issues with all the people I'm paying. Yeah. Do 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 do. Push it to the limit. Limit. All along the razor's edge. True. I'm just still so. I'm just still so devastated, Emmy. I mean, aren't you? Who could not be devastated by this Hooters news? I know, Emmy. I know, you cry into your Miller High Lifes. I know. And then you're probably even more sad because, you know, the basketball season is ending and the hockey season's ending. What are you going to do? Yeah, I mean, take all the time you need. Take all the time you need, I know. Go get yourself another Miller High Life. What would be the way to have done this to approach this? That is. Looks pretty cool though, huh? Push it to the limit. Limit. All along the razor's edge. Unfortunately not. Yeah, the hair is very bright. Not gonna lie, struggling with this palette. Struggling a lot more with this palette than I expected. Good suffer. So I think what would have made this palette way more workable, and I would not have expected this, is Pyrrole Red or Pyrrole Scarlet. Here, I can get rid of this light. I kind of want to because it's fucking with me at the moment. So get your last looks at this background light. Possibly. If I can find a spot for this. Son of a bitch! Will you stay there? No.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink. Okay, there we go. Good. Good. No more fun. Son of a bitch lost. What is that light reflection coming from now? Have you watched? Yes, I've watched a ton of it, Omizu. A lot of my philosophical approach to painting comes from him. Sorry. I do parts of his philosophical approach, and it helps cement. Because he kind of put into words things I was already kind of like thinking about when I was into painting. I disagree with some things about him. Not about him. About his approaches. I think his method of teaching is very outdated. He's a very interesting watch if you like the philosophy of painting, and you'll learn a lot. You'll learn a lot. But it's very, very high level. Bloxon, his name's Paul Ingbretson. Ingbretson. So, Amizo, you know how I do my block-ins? That came from Ingbretson. Yeah, so that comes from what was his teacher that taught him? Gamel. Gamel. Yeah, that's what it was, Mudworks. So he was taught by a guy named Gamel, and he then advanced upon it, and he runs a teaching school up in New England somewhere. He is Gamel, that's it, yeah. So some issues with him. I don't think his politics are great. He is he's one of the most knowledgeable people, but he I'll say he's not very charitable. To other methodologies, but I think he would, to definitely methodologies. So for example, and with me, I agree with him strongly on this. There was a painter named Nerdrum, who basically created a monolithic way of painting and studying, and basically his students were became like disciples, and he is not a fan of that, and I agree with him. So if you see the people who are like painting, who do the 4-color palettes with like the Appel palettes, which is what? So to give you perspective, there's something called, I believe it's the Appel palettes, which are what the Zorn palette is, an Appel palette, and it was a concept that goes a long ways back. Odd Nerdrum, yep. And so that theirs was like consisting of 4 colors, and it was usually a white, a red, and a yellow that were earth colors, so like a yellow ochre and a red ochre, and then they'd use like a black, an older black. So there are people nowadays who teach it, and they're really insufferable. But the Zorn palette is a type of a Appel palette, mind you. So like those people, they run bougie. Okay, does anybody know Nerdforge? Does anybody know Nerdforge? The YouTube channel? Hi John, how you doing? It's that Norwegian woman with like the pink hair, and she does all those builds. She went to a bougie portrait painting class, okay, run by a couple of people from the Odd Nerdrum School of Painting. So it was 2 weeks. It was at a castle in Italy. They do minis, but they do no, Mud, you're thinking correctly. They do everything. They just do general hobby stuff. And so it was just taught by Nerdrum people, and I watched the video, and it was just very frustrating because it's, once again, monolithic teaching. Is a very dangerous thing to follow and to teach. People learn differently. And not to mention what they were charging for this like 2-week vacation at a castle in Italy. So it was just basically an art class for the rich. And once again, they're just teaching them like simple like methodologies on how to paint versus like conceptual understanding of what's going on, right? And that's what you hear me kind of like strive to tell people, is just that it is stronger to understand what you are doing or trying to do than to being able to actually execute it at any given moment. Yeah. So I looked up the pay Omizu for those 2 weeks. It was $8,000, and it was taught by this really insufferable guy who I've seen on Instagram and stuff like that. And how I go about my streaming is in direct conflict with how their approach. So it's a type of like art discussion, art teaching that is about paywalling. It's about like getting you convinced that what they're doing is absolutely correct, but you're not going to find out until you pay us money. And I really, really dislike it. But it is also rooted in Odd Nerdrum's methodology of teaching. But that all came about from my knowledge from Ingbretson. Don't get me wrong, I have issues with Ingbretson too. But I believe his methodology of teaching to be more ethical and a more good faith approach to teaching. Yeah, that's exactly it, Omizu. Well, that's the thing, Laura, right? Like, okay. As somebody who's gone through the ringer of teaching themselves how to paint recently, okay, and when I reflect back on this, okay, 80%, I would say, of YouTube is non-knowledgeable people posing as knowledgeable. About 15% of those people know what they're doing, but they're just trying to make content and then paywalling you into like lessons or painting reviews, right? And then there's the ethical people who are trying to make their living, who are also making content. So like, for example, I bring up Draw Mix Paint. I do feel that he has integrity and he's honest. I don't like necessarily what he's teaching. However, people, there is a lot of value for people who just want to produce artwork. And if they enjoy it, I really don't have a problem with it, but I wouldn't recommend. It doesn't teach conceptual understanding, but you could deduce it from his videos how to paint completely without paying him for it. And then there's other people who do bits and pieces, but even then, like, so there's somebody named Paint Coach who used to do a lot of videos that you could get a lot of good stuff from, but then they've kind of just really focused on their Patreon. And so they kind of stopped really making like very useful content to the current learner. There's other people like Ben Lustenhauer, who is a mix of knowledgeable and also is good at understanding how to integrate modern technologies with learning how to paint, like, you know, Photoshop and things like that. And he's a professional. I think he was really, he really meant well, or really means well with the stuff, but he doesn't really make a ton of YouTube content anymore. But they're just really few and far between. There's people like Tischler, who is essentially a hyper-realist painter who is talented, but he only really relays that information from his perspective and not from a real great piece for like he's not a teacher, but he's teaching, right? Or he's kind of taking the approach, but it's one of those things where it's like not all experts can describe what they're doing. And I feel like that's where Tischler is largely at. But, you know, this is a deep rabbit hole that I've been frustrated with. Now, how I relate this to how I talk about these things. See, I'm not a fan, Laura. I don't like his palette, and I don't think he presents information in a way that you could really learn anything from. Well, John, it's right. Like what I always stress to people learning is foundational understanding of concepts. Okay. And practicing things with intent. The hardest part of that is understanding where you want to be. Right? Like I always tell people I have said this, where you should find somebody that you would be perfectly fine painting like. Then the next step is figuring out what steps you need to do to get you there. Okay? And then practicing those with intent. So for me, I've had a high focus on John Singer Sargent and Monet. I'm not familiar with Watts, John. So I know, obviously, I dream small. I just dream very small, obviously. But I also, what's a good way of putting this? I am good at teaching myself stuff. And gotcha, Jen. So I get really I get very focused on the approach and the journey that I need to take. And I generally only do things that will benefit that. Son of a bitch! I'm talking here. Jan, I'm going to ship your painting tomorrow. Time to Highlander these a-holes. I don't know. It's just... See, the problem with it is, Jan, is that untrained eyes, hyperrealism, or high realism will look more impressive. Oh yeah, I could print off the documents. That's true, I could do both. Okay, it might be Tuesday. I might ship it on Tuesday. Yeah, I can get you the documents too. Because I forgot about that. Thank you for the reminder. Get his ass! See, John, to be, to be frank, that does not seem to, in concept, does not appeal to me. Ion. Now, it might, but on the surface... It does not seem like to have overlap with, I'd say, the things that I consider important to work on. But yeah, see, I'm unfamiliar with the Riley method. Like, I don't. I'll say this, John. I don't subscribe to methodology on like doing a specific thing. So I keep my concepts a lot more broad than that, John. In general. If that's how you want to do it, I'm not saying that's like inherently wrong, but I think it's more effective to look at skills as to not look at skills that in depth and to keep things in a general sense. That apply to just painting in general. Than to say, oh, this is how I just do portraits. I think it's better to strive to understand this is how I paint. That makes sense. So, like, if somebody asked me, like, what's the best technique to paint landscapes? And it's the same technique to paint portraits. It's the same technique to paint still lifes. You paint what you see. And then how, so my skills that I'm working on is how do I see color accurately? And how do I see proportion accurately? Which I do separate out from like drawing skills, right? Or like anatomy. I don't think knowing anatomy helps me at all what I'm doing right now. Of course, John. And I think that's right. That's a larger skill that applies to everything, right? That doesn't just apply to portraits. right? So we could say that that's a skill that is a general one that is good to that is like a good thing to work on, right? But that's how, like, once again, this is my philosophy of painting. It's not monolithic. Other people will learn differently. But this is where my focuses have lied during my, like, journey of learning. Yeah. I've done that too, John, but I never felt like I achieved much out of that. And so then I just went straight into color. I did it for a while. The overarching point is that there's a lot of pitfalls in learning how to paint. And if you're taking somebody advice, that means that you inherently trust them, that they know what they're doing. And good results does not necessarily mean they know what they're doing. It is a place to start with, though. But if you want to paint, if you are content with painting like somebody else, then yeah, I'd say like, that, then you should, listen to their advice. But just understand that's what learning from somebody ultimately goes to. I agree with that in premise, Maddie, but I think there's a lot of nuance to that. I think there's a little bit more nuance to that. Because if you paint how you want to paint, well, there's also like, what I mean by this is like, right now I'm technically not painting how I want to paint, in the sense that this is not where I want to be better, right? But I'm painting in the way that I want to learn how, Well, everybody learns differently, John. Everybody learns differently. And that's why I was saying like monolithic. It's part of the reason why monolithic methodologies of painting are generally not a good thing. They will work for some people, though. They will work for some people. Some antics. What antics are we talking about? Yeah, I did too. Agreed, Mud. I think that's a good like summation of the point, right? So I guess my points and frustration always kind of comes back to the monolithic methods of teaching where people authoritatively go, this is it. This is the correct way. And then what really gets me mad is when they state empirical things that are just not true. Right? Right. I mean, we're also touching on like flaws in just the education system too in the United States, like in a lot of the United States, at least what I could attest to here. Okay, so Amizu, I think I could teach somebody. All right, I think I could teach people. I do. I do think, though, the fact of the matter is that I think a lot of people who would get lessons from me, I don't think would be satisfied with how I would teach them. And I say this because hold on, let me I would call them fuckers. How so? Okay. So here's the thing, right? At least you're considered. So if I were to teach somebody, so Maddie, if I were to teach you, Maddie, do you mind if actually let me do it. Maddie, do you mind if I use you as an example? Okay. So if I were to teach Maddie, it would be along the lines of, all right, you're going to paint from life. You're going to paint different props, different sizes. And I'd have them work on training their eye. And there'd be also like mandatory breaks. There'd be some focus on materials. So it'd be like, all right, so Maddie, I want you to paint, like I'd have them say what props you have available, set up a proper light box, right? Get the foundation of your setup. And then it would be like, okay, let's paint from life. And then they'd do their painting, and I'd probably interject some like time stuff, brush limitations, things like that. And then we would talk about it and review the painting. And it wouldn't necessarily be rigorous, but it would be a process that's highly focused on the philosophy of it, and a lot of self-reflection. And not that I would like criticize anything hard or anything like that, but it would be like a way where I think a lot of people wouldn't feel like they are improving. That's why I think a lot of people who are seeking out teaching are specifically looking to get tangible results quickly. And I truly think that methodology for a lot of people would make them a better painter. But I don't think people would like it or enjoy it. So, because if you had like 3 months of doing still lifes in plein airs, maybe even simple still lifes. And that's the thing, Mud, right? Like, my understanding of this is like we are training a skill, a muscle, a way to do things like where you could reproduce it because it's a skill that you've battered into the fucking ground, right? And I don't think in the modern context that's going to sprinkle and sparkle with a lot of people. A bit, Emmy. I mean, this is not like meant to be like like this generation sucks or anything like that, or like an argument on that. This is just like, okay, so like, why does hyperrealism stuff look better than like Monet's stuff to a lot of people in the modern context? How many times have you heard from like an uneducated person saying that like, I don't get impressionism or abstract and stuff like that. I'll throw in surrealism, right? Where they don't comprehend the skill difference of doing something like what Monet did versus doing hyperrealism. So like, I mean, for anybody who wants to learn hyperrealism, go watch Draw Mix Paint. You'll be able to, if you copy exactly what's in Draw Mix Paint's videos, you could do hyperrealism in 2 months, 3 months. Umizu, I don't know if it'll ever go out of style because that's going to inherently look more impressive. Yeah, exactly, Mud. So like, but to me, like I said this the other day, the pinnacle of painting is being able to convey tons of information with this is not the pinnacle of painting. Sorry, I shouldn't have pointed. The pinnacle of painting is the ability to convey, in my opinion, is to convey the most information with the fewest amount of brushstrokes. And I think that, like, when I see that with, like, John Singer Sargent, Andrew Zorn, Ilya Repin, not all the time with Ilya Repin, but a lot of Ilya Repin stuffs, a lot of the Impressionists, right, were able to do this. right? And I think that era of painting had the highest level and focus on skill of painting, where hyperrealism is about reproducing something and really doesn't have anything to do with your eye. Because all you like, if you wanted to be, if you want to do a hyperrealism painting piece, learn how to mix colors, and you could do that by watching my streams. I mean, no joke. Like, it's learn how to mix colors. All right, not the most difficult skill to learn. And then print off at the same size of what you're painting, or project it onto your canvas. Sketch every single detail onto that canvas. Okay, in the exact proportions. Then every single detail you just sketch onto there. Then you mix the colors. And then on your printed off photo, you check the color directly onto the photo to make sure it's right. Once it is, you put the paint on the canvas. That's it. Most people, uninformed people, can understand hyper. Yeah, exactly, Mud. Hi, Sophie. So, I don't think they do either, Omizu. But this is what. Jesus Christ, Sophie. You know why I think hyperrealism is so popular? This is not meant to be mean, but I can tell you why I think hyperrealism is popular. This is a matter of opinion. I got it the first time, Sophie. Jesus. Terrifying. But I can tell you why I think it is. So Mizu, it's because a lot of people teach themselves to do art. Okay? And without going into some depth or some academia, the only next step is to make things more realistic or closer to the reference. Okay? So a lot of people see, hey, that's a really cool photo. I'd love that as a painting. So then they set out to recreate that photo. And that always pushes that group of people into hyperrealism. So it's, in my opinion, it's somewhat of a lack of creativity or of going back and understanding the nature of painting itself versus getting results that they want. Yeah, agree. I agree with that, Mud. I like, you know, in my journey, I've learned how little people do that. You know, like, you know, with my constant bitching and complaining, but it's really just people don't. They don't, and even the people who do misinterpret it a lot. Exactly. And that's exactly why I think hyperrealism is as popular as it is. And don't get me wrong, there's some interesting stuff you can do with hyperrealism. I do tend to have the opinion, though, that hyperrealism is like better left at just the photo. If you have a good photo, it's good as a photo. You know? And if you're striving to like recreate a photo, it seemed like, you know, it seems a bit odd to me. Now, I will say the pinnacle. I mean, I don't know if I find it technically impressive. I find the amount of work that goes into it impressive. I find that the amount of work that goes into it impressive. But there is one thing I will say. One of the, I think the most impressive things you can do in art is to do imaginative hyperrealism pieces. Now that would be something. I don't know if I found a great example of it yet. I think what's his name? Charles Lister is incredibly impressive. Where you could do imaginative works with a level of high realism. I find that incredibly impressive on all levels. But if it's, you know, recreating a photo, it's not my cup of tea. But there is creativity and creative, like Touch of Darkness, right? Touch of Darkness does some really awesome stuff with their subject. I think that, like, you know, because they're on photos, a lot of their stuff is incredibly impressive. But it's also, these are my preferences. People like what they like. I'm not here to change people's ideas on what they like. I'll share what I like, and if you agree, you agree. Push it to the... Yeah, if you like cubism, you can just go to hell. Cubism can eat my ass. Push it to the limit. Limit. All along the razor's edge. Got montage songs in my head. Plein air is great. Plein air is great. Now, so Mizu, don't get me wrong, also, is I would teach somebody if they wanted to. I just want them to be painfully aware that I'm not teaching for short-term stuff. Well, that's good, Fugu. Good to hear, bud. Great work. Push it to the limit. Limit. All along the razor's edge. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I don't know if I'm a good, I also don't know. I'd warn them. I don't know if I'm a good teacher. I don't. I think I could put things into terminology that is understandable to people. I think it's just it's a matter of like I said, I don't think the general person would approve of how I teach them. I don't think I'd ever be too demanding, but that goes to my experience with like, I am not of the opinion that high rigor, in the concept of hard work, that is like kind of portrayed is relative to success. So I've made some of my best strides in painting during times when I wasn't painting. So like I've had periods where I wasn't painting, but the time to think and reflect about everything allowed me to like manifest improvements. Now I have to say, I do think this is like a talent of mine where I'm good at visualizing something and understanding that something I was doing was wrong or not what I wanted to do, and that I could improve on it based on how I've been thinking about it. But I'm like obsessive like that, right? Like, it's like the concept of doing mental reps. And then the next time I paint, I will do the changes I did in my head and work through the next stage. That's why I consider philosophical understanding to be so important. That jaw seems super fucked. It's got a Bruce Campbell jaw, everybody. Who was that actor who had that one disease that... Zadar. Fugu, do you know Robert Zadar? Is Robert Zadar? His last name was Zadar. Famous B-movie actor who had like he had like a disease that caused his chin and face to be very large, and his chin kind of looked like this. You might all recognize him though. That's kind of the goal, Emmy. Yeah. He was in some trauma movies. He was in Samurai Cop. He was in movies like that. But he was in some larger ones too. Unfortunately, he was kind of always used as like, because he was, non-standard looking. Unfortunately. Really, I would not have expected that, Fugu. Push it to the limit. Limit! All along the razor's edge. I'm still surprised how not dark. I think Pyrrole Red would have been able to make a darker color. Or Pyrrole Scarlet. See, that's what got me into them, Fugu, was MSTK 3000. Hey, who is that? Why are you naked? Oh, it's just out in it. Hi, Auda. How you doing, bud? What was the first? I could tell you. I know exactly what it is, Fugu. The made-for-TV miniseries It. It. My mom made me watch that at 4 years old as a punishment. It was the best, Emmy. Well, in my mom's defense, I had a choice between Care Bears or It. Care Bears or It. Boy, did I not want to watch Care Bears. I saw the made-for-TV Shining very young too. I think I was like, are you talking about the made-for-TV Shining, Fugu, or the OG one? You're goddamn right, Nordic. Kubrick. So I saw the because my mom was a big Stephen King fan. Don't worry, my mom is a lovely woman. I was a little terrorist as a child, all right? I was a little terrorist as a child. So as a child, I was a kid that would run everywhere and then fall on my face. Well, it's true. I feel so bad for my mom. When I was like 5 or 4 years old, I shit my pants at the apple orchard on the tractor ride. Oh, God. That's a story we still tell in my family. Shit boy. Shit boy, shit boy. Yeah. But I was the youngest of 5 too, so my mom was like, think about how that affects your parenting as well. I was a little terrorist, but my mom was a battle-hardened vet. Exactly. Exactly. Like my mom is a hard ass. Like not in the sense that like she wasn't like don't get me wrong, she was a disciplinarian and everything like that, but like not like she was just she is just a tough woman. My mom did 5 natural births. And for me, she was in and out of the hospital for in like 12 hours. It was like shit like that. He's a tough son of a bitch. Yeah. I mean, and just think about the person who raised me. Then you could deduce a lot. No, I have a really good relationship with my mom. Basically, Nordic, she talks about it so nonchalantly because, like, it wasn't like a big deal for her. I'm raising kids badly. She worked her ass off. But, you know, some interesting choices like the It versus Care Bears conundrum. You know, the age-old tale of It versus Care Bears. Tale as old as time. Tale as old as time. We all flowed down here badly, and that's true. Well, so how it started, Fugu, is that she had the It book in her bedroom that I would see the cover of. It was Tim Curry. You know, it's like the scary Tim Curry picture, and I'd always like get freaked out by it when I was like young. And then, like, you know, my family was watching, and, you know, I was probably being an asshole or a little terrorist, and yeah. Like, as the devil. And, yeah, I think it just came, you know, the punishment just came naturally at that time. Tim Curry was very good in that role. Very good in that role. He's the main reason. He's like pretty much the only reason to watch that mini series. Because other than him, the acting is dog shit. If you go back and watch that you'll find yourself just waiting for Tim Curry to come back. Yeah, I mean, that I go back to that Shining miniseries. That Shining miniseries is real dog shit. Do you know why they create Fugu? You want to know some trivia about that? Do you know why they did the TV series and Stephen King was a part of it? That's kind of, well, see, Nordic, it's funny. I was a month premature. Why is that, Flat Joseph? I was a month premature, and like my mom said, like, yeah, you basically slept the entire first month. And she's like, yeah, she's like, I wasn't that, like, she talks about like, I wasn't worried. Like, and like when she talks to like other people, they were like, they'd be like, oh, is everything okay? Did you like, oh, yeah, no, he's fine. Yep, that's why, that's Silver. Yeah, he came out and said he hated Kubrick Shining. Because Kubrick did this. Here's some fun trivia about Kubrick for all you Kubrick heads. So Kubrick, you know, kept only the basis of the storyline for The Shining. Oh, Jesus, that sounds like a pain in the ass, Flat Joseph. And, you know, he changed the story quite a bit. Tons of things, right? He killed people that didn't die. Changed a lot of, like, specific moments. Yeah, basically food. But so here's the Kubrick trivia, though. Does anybody know 2001: A Space Odyssey? I mean, people know 2001: A Space Odyssey. Now, who thinks that it was based off of a book? Who thinks that 2001 was based off of a book? Well, it in fact was not based off of a book. It was not. When Kubrick was writing 2001: A Space Odyssey, he hired an author to write a book at the same time, and he did not tell him all of the details. So if his name's Clark, he gave Clark the basis of the storyline, but then he wanted him to create a story with his own interpretation, knowing that there'd be discrepancies between the two. That is actually in the Kubrick archives. That, like, the letters and stuff like that between them. Like the Kubrick Museum in the UK. And to me, that's a very interesting thing to do, where you intentionally create confusion about the nature, the meaning of the book, the themes, the different themes of the book in the movie. Exactly, Outernet. But it's a very interesting, like, tool that he used there. Because I think the book did come out before the movie. What are you doing, Nordic? However, I'm not a 2001 fan. Doesn't do it for me. The whole monolith and space baby thing pissed me off. However, the visuals are absolutely stunning. The Hal sequence is fantastic. What do you mean, Nordic? Nordic, is this how we're just going to talk with each other from now on? I'm afraid I can't do that, Nordic. Push it to the limit. All right, who got these montages stuck in my head? Who did it? Please, Nordic, please. I did? Oh, fuck. Shit, that one's on me? How dare you, Todd? Fucker! No, that just needs to come up higher, don't it? Who wants to know some other... I know a decent amount of Kubrick trivia because of a YouTube channel I watched. Who wants to know Kubrick trivia? I guess I just know a lot of trivia in general. Do I know too much trivia? All right, out of net. One I used the other day, I'm just going to reiterate it, is Barry Lyndon was all shot with natural light and candlelight. No studio lighting whatsoever. Yeah, it just could be. I think that's one of the most impressive things I've ever heard of in a film. So yeah, Barry Lyndon. The snow that they used in The Shining was just tons upon tons of salt that they used. Tons upon tons of salt. But that was a fun one. He constantly referenced his previous movies within the current films he was working on. And he specifically did this a lot with Lolita. Nobody watched Lolita. That's a pretty... I mean, okay. Well, here. I shouldn't say that. But Lolita's a pretty gross film. But not because of... it's just more of the subject matter. I guess Dr. Strangelove is really gross too. If you really... I mean, not... You don't even really need to think about it. Very much so. Strangelove is pretty gross. Pretty gross too. Now that we're talking about it, I think though Strangelove is a. I just think Strangelove is better. I mean, he got a lot better throughout his career too. He wasn't like, all of his films weren't like masterpieces. I do think The Shining though is. I do think his Shining is a masterpiece. So some fun things he did in The Shining, though. I agree, Fugu. So here's some... You'll like these Shining facts, okay? So, there are people who have traced the... When Danny was on the three-wheeler driving around the hotel... People have traced his route, and by intentional spatial distortion, his route is impossible in the context of the hotel. He also intentionally changed the positioning of rooms within the sets. So the gold room had changed spots, and other things have changed spots, and he didn't make it a plot point. And he did things simple like this. So when Scatman Crothers was giving the tour, they did simple things where he was open the refrigerator door with one arm, and then they showed him walking in, and he was in that shot he was opening it with the other room. So there was intentional continuity issues all within The Shining. There's other examples with windows placed in areas where they were going to, and then the window wasn't there, and the other thing. Which was interesting. Then there was a lot of impossible rooms in The Shining. So this shows up again when Danny's on the three-wheeler. You'll see a door to a hallway and a balcony, that immediate turn. So you turn right, and then the next and it looks like a balcony, and turn left. But then there's a door to a room 6 feet where the balcony would be, and he threw a bunch of these impossible rooms in there, where it's all these things that if you notice. Yeah, that if you notice it, it really adds to the intentional... what's the right word I'm looking for? It's meant to fuck with your own sense of direction and spatial awareness. That's it, spatial awareness. Not to mention the maze does not match up with the maze model that they have. When you like when they're doing the helicopter shots from the beginning, the hotel could not possibly be the hotel that they go into, right? Like but like some people may think, well, he was using what he was working with. That wasn't the case. These were intentional things. So for people who don't know, Kubrick was a goddamn maniac. So he was another as a fellow class 1 pervert, he was a class 1 diagnosed pervert. So there are stories of him doing shots like 500 times. This is why he had the strained relationships with what was her name? Who was the wife in the Shining? What was her name? Shelley Duvall, thank you. They had a really strained relationship because like he would basically tell him to keep on doing shots and he wouldn't necessarily give direction. And so there's some anecdotes from like Jack Nicholson on this where it's like Jack Nicholson improv and then like Kubrick was like, you know, cut and he's just like, do the script, like shit like that. Because he was looking for specific things, but he wanted a whole host of shots to individually choose, but it drove actors crazy because of the demands. There's like another anecdote of Scatman Crothers crying because he just didn't know what to do. He was also obsessive about lighting, but he would also change the lighting from scene to scene. So again, kind of with the spatial relationships with The Shining, there were stories where they would cut and take a break, and he would go like move something around on a set and change the lighting on certain things, but then just do the shots the same way. But so when they were editing, he would come away with like a lot of intentional discontinuity. There we go. It's very, very interesting shit. Let's see. Obviously, it was also very thematically. There was a lot of like thematically impressive film, but that's like stuff I've watched a lot on, but I'm not confident in speaking on personally. But let's just say I've watched a lot of film film analysis on The Shining. Let's just say I could be a pervert about that type of stuff. Let's just say okay. I'm a huge pervert. Well, and that's why I think so. Now, the benefits that Kubrick had is he basically had an unlimited checkbook and unlimited time to make his films. Ooh, what did I just do? So, an interesting trivia, not related to Kubrick, but why do I think The Thing is so good? Why did I think The Thing ended up as good as it was? Well, because of the movie Overboard, Kurt Russell had to delay the filming of The Thing by over a year. And so John Carpenter got to sit on that script and plan things out. So the reason why my favorite movie is as good as it is because of Overboard. So I will not allow anybody to besmirch Overboard. in front of me. Yeah, Maddie, I am a diagnosed pervert. I actually don't know this name, Fugu. Who's Stan Winston? Don't know this name. Winston. Oh, okay, yeah. The practical effects in the thing are just top notch. And many more. All right, who got the Winston reference? You got 30 seconds. I'll give you an oily point. Nope. I said Winston. There it is. Fugu's got it. Ghostbusters 2 to be exact. Ghostbusters 2. When they're in the tunnel covered in goo. Or no, before they were covered in goo. They're in the train tunnel. And they just heard a big voice that said Winston. There you go. You Zoomers and your Overwatches and Castaways. Ghostbusters 1 is a fantastic movie. Ghostbusters 2 is I'm nostalgic for and I think is fun, but as a movie, it has some issues. I mean, but yeah, all the toys and the video games and stuff like that. I still enjoy Ghostbusters 2. Push it to the limit. On the razor's edge. I don't, I'm not gonna say that Ghostbusters was good. It was just not as bad as people were fucking saying. It had a lot of the annoying movie tropes, but boy, did a lot of dumb takes get started because of that shit. I mean, like I said, I'm not gonna say it's like a good film. It really wasn't such a horrendous piece of shit to justify this, anti-woman agenda. Was Evolution the movie with Duchovny? That comedy? Okay. God, what a deep... That's a bit of a deep cut. I'm proud of myself for that one. Now, was that the movie with the really hot Gillian Jacobs scene in it? Gillian Jacobs was in that film, right? Julianne Moore, but wasn't Jillian Jacobs in a scene, like in a 10 minutes of that film, 5 minutes of that film, just being like super hot? Thank you, Laura. Yeah, I can't make a very dark color in this, so we have to make some difficult choices. But that's, you know, that there's value in that. There is value in that. Okay, I could be wrong. God, was she a smoke show though? One thing that I'm going to say something that might piss people off. So everybody sit down. Everybody sit down. I think the X-Files is largely responsible for a lot of the shitty television we have now. No, I don't hate Brandon Fraser. But X-Files people are weirdos, Maddie. Well, so I'm not saying that X-Files is a bad show, but it got bad. But there's some impressive aspects to the X-Files. The X-Files were like 20 to 24 episode seasons of 1 hour apiece episodes. So there was still something to enjoy in there. But boy, does it get to like Scully getting kidnapped and then Mulder like somehow rescuing them. Like, that's really kind of what the show boiled down to. And I only got to season 5. I mean, I agree with that, Omizu. But I think, like, if you watch, like, the context of, like, I would say it's between the 3 TV shows that really have shaped, I think, modern TV. I'm going to say 4. I'm going to say 4. Are ER, X-Files, Grey's Anatomy, and South Park. A bit Shasta, but like... I don't necessarily disagree with that take. Survivor? Yeah, I know. I should probably throw in a reality TV show. Was Farscape the one with a really scantily clad robot? Fugu? Was that Farscape? No? Okay. Wait, Farscape was not animated, was it? Then I have not seen Farscape. Might be worth watching then for me, because I love pretty much anything Jim Henson was involved in. Did Jim Henson really have any real dog shit stuff? Because fuck, even like the first, like, you know, the first Ninja Turtle, he was dead by Ninja Turtles 2. So like, I think Ninja Turtles 1 is actually a legitimately good film. I was listening to some people criticize. Oh, really? I mean, okay. I was listening to some people criticize the first Ninja Turtles film, and they were talking about like, oh, like the dark and gritty realism of it. Do you know what? All right, does anybody know why the first Ninja Turtles movie is so dark as it is? There's actually an interesting story to it. No, not literally dark. I'm talking about like as a story. It's a very dark story. And like it's a heavy film. No, so here's some Ninja Turtles lore for all of you. So Ninja Turtles was created by two college kids who were parodying the absurdity of comics during that time period. So they thought, what could be the most stupid, crazy thing they could make? And they together created a comic, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And they contrasted the bizarreness of the situation with a really dark storyline. And they only ever intended to do one. But it did like really well in like kind of like a zine scene that it eventually like turned into more. So when they got the movie deal, they put in a condition that they get like creative control of like the movie storyline. And so they literally recreated scenes from their first like talking like comic scene to movie scene. They recreated scenes from their first one, from their first comic in the film. So there's actually some really interesting like history on that, because the guys were just like, and they sold out afterwards. But they still got like, they were like had to like, they fought for like that film to be like close to their like vision and comic, which I actually really appreciate. Push it to the limit. All right. Are we in the? Do we need to take another break? I feel like a lot of people are just getting really emotional right now. I think you're being emotional, okay? All right. So let's do that, huh? I think Fugu's being a little bit emotional. I think Emmy's being a little bit emotional, okay? Maddie, obviously, extremely emotional, okay? I know, Emmy. I know. Just a lot of emotional people.
Help! I'm being repressed!
I'm being repressed, not you. Oh my god! Fine, Saul, fine. I'll do what you say.
Stop whining.
I'm not whining. All right, everybody, let's all go take our poops. Let's all create a let's all do a real monsters moment and do our poops. I hope somebody gets that reference, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Oh yeah, I'm gonna run ads. And we'll see you then. Welcome back.
Oh my God.
Man!
Don't you boo me. Did I? I was just pleasantly saying hello.
Oh,
Just pleasantly.
this guy stinks!
I don't stink. Hi, Pickles.
Prank him, John.
Oh, Pickles, you looking at a place? Nice. Done with pranked. No, who's Miss France? Push it to the limit. Oh no, that was where'd I get that type of yell from? Aha! I guess it's just kind of like a thing from things. Fair enough, will do. All right, so
Fire the nuclear weapon.
oh my god, a raid! Welcome back, Emmy. Gooseroon, welcome in. Hi, Mud. I was wondering where you were, Mud. I was wondering. How you doing, Paniki? Welcome in, bud. What were you working on? Whee! Yeah, yeah, yeah! Watercolors, nice. Give us those links. And how big of a wheelbarrow do you need now using badly made watercolors? Buy my watercolors, everybody. Buy my watercolors and oil paints and prints and merch. Thank you, Maddie. Sophisticated heart. Oh, interesting. Good. Everybody go follow Jeremy Katz Draws now. This is a command. Do it now.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my god, a raid! Noel M. Brooks. Oh my god. Welcome in. Welcome in, Noel. How are you today? What were you doing? No worries, Paniki. Get out of here, Paniki. Everyone go follow Paniki. Now, Noel. You're a fucker, Bo. What were you working on? Oh, nice. That's fantastic.
Oh my glob.
Do you have any links you'd like to share? We are oil painting as well. We are painting my roommate, Ricardo Montalbone. This is all his alter ego, Albus Greer. Albus Greer. So we're painting from life. We're also doing a limited palette today. We're only using 4 colors. That was voted on my Discord. New Age Gilgamesh, thank you for the follow. Ooh, wonderful work, Noel. Really cool. Everybody go check that out. Check out our website. Their website. Gay and Ready to Decay. Good name. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. For anybody who doesn't know, I do oil paintings. Don't compliment my roommate. He's an asshole. Real asshole. Oh, thank you. Silent Speaker 01, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we're how far does this go? Yeah. I make my own paints, but I sell my own paints. So if you're looking for, he doesn't. He just chain smokes and says he's on siesta. That's it. Shadow Wind Art. It's really annoying. Really annoying. I make my own oil paints and watercolors. They are for sale. Professional grade oil paints. Yeah, we just do a lot of painting here. TSS Tech ain't and how. Thank you for the follow. So, Noel, if you see on my Instagram there, I use a machine called a 3-roll mill. I used to do them by hand, but once I started selling them, I used the machine. So if you'd like to see how they are made, check out the Insta. And you could see for yourself. So yeah, we nerd out a lot. Thank you, Mud. We nerd out a lot here. It's everybody's choice to be here, and they're not stuck here forever. All right, everybody's choice to be here. Okay. Yep, these are all professional grade paints. Shut up, Maddie. These are all professional grade paints. It's only pigment and binder. Shut up, Mud. Shut up. You're ruining this for me. Yeah. Make them all myself. There's no fillers. All the ingredients are listed on the tubes. There is trivia, that is true. That's kind of the perfect representation of how the stream goes. I get antagonized by my viewers. And I have to cry myself to sleep 8 days a week. Eight to 12 days a week. Okay, Ches. Okay. What is this? You Christ. No, you're just a sociopath, Salt. But yeah, if anybody has any questions, please let me know. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. And make sure you grab yourself, before every stream, you should always grab a nice, refreshing Zima. All right? Don't forget about grabbing yourself a nice, refreshing Zima at the beginning of every stream. I think all of you are the sociopaths. When you say it like that, Mud. Thank you, Ches. Yeah, that's true, Salt. Another good point. But yeah, anybody new here, I'm very happy to answer questions. Shoo-be-doo bop bum. Whoa. Hands very shaky. Oh no, the paintings ruined everybody. Call it. All right, well that was cool. That was not me peeing. Or was it? I might have. I might have knocked down my water that I was resting my arm on. Was not a pee, or was it? Okay. So that was cool. All over the D-wipes. That's how normal people pee, all right, Ches? That's how normal people pee. If you don't pee like that, you should see a doctor. Drench in the D, true. Let me go grab a towel. All right, one sec.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Right. These things happen, Shasta. These things happen. Where you pee like a pressure washer. Have I ever spilled anything on stream? Your guts? Clearly a bucket dump. I don't think I've dropped brushes. I've dropped a tube on the floor, but like, you know, it never, you know, it doesn't really make a mess. I never spilled horchata. All right, toe cramp. Okay, let's get back to it, huh? That's true. A once in a lifetime thing that will never happen again, everybody. I mean, it can be worse, Shasta. Push it to the limit. My diary moment. By the way, who wants to know about that Real Monsters reference? I did reference Real Monsters before our break. I said, let's all go take a poop and create an Ah Real Monsters moment. And I'm curious if anybody understood that reference. Do you understand that reference, Chuz? So I said, let's all poop and create an Ah Real Monsters moment. What am I referencing? So there was an episode on the Super Bowl where it was a big surfing contest in the sewers because everybody before the game and after and during halftime would use a bathroom simultaneously and create a big big wave in the sewers for them to surf on. Yep. There you go. The more you know. There you go. Synchronized flushing, yep. Emmy, were you an Ah Real Monsters fan? I actually wasn't, but I watched it. All right, here's a good Nickelodeon trivia for everybody. What TV show was Zeke the Plumber from? Doug? Nope. Not Doug. Pete and Pete? Nope. Zeke the Plumber. Zeke the Plumber. Well, so you were around that time period, Emmy. Recess? Nope. I said Nickelodeon trivia. Do you remember Nick at Night, Emmy? Me and my siblings would watch that all the time. That's kind of like a fun moment. No, it was not Nick at Night. This show was not Nick at Night specifically. This is true. Anybody? Nobody? Anybody? You know the show. Hint, it was not Hey Dude. Yeah, you're a bit too young for it. Yeah. Yeah, I was talking to Matt Ches. There it is. Thank you, Salt. Salute your shorts. Salute your shorts, everybody. I loved Rocco too, Salt. I loved Rocco. Maybe that was the roots of my perversion. Because talk about a perverted show. But boy, did I love it. There you go, Salt. Good work. Well earned. This should be an easy one. This should be an easy one. Zebo. 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 You didn't know that one, huh, Salt? I would say it's from one of the most famous episodes. Yeah. None. It's been so long. You could do this, Emmy. You could do this. Yeah, but I'm talking about in the context of Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon. I'll do my best, Mud. Have a good night. Nee, Salt, nee, Mud. The answer is, son of a bitch! No! The answer is, are you afraid of the dark? From the episode at the Carnival. Zebo the clown. They stole his nose. He came to get it back. Yep. Well, so they never showed the clown, they never showed the clown moving, right? In their cheap, way of doing things. But it was like the clown's footprint showed up in like a casserole, and all these negative things were happening. Yeah, I'm pretty fine with clowns. I get scared most by like existential like decisions. Friday, what are you talking about, Mizu? How you doing, Ian? Doing all right. You were here earlier, though. I think you already murdered me. Son of a bitch. Oh, yeah, because we were talking about certificates. Son of a bitch. Oh my god! Moya. See, Maddie, you're good at... I'll commend you on your new phone. Who to this? I don't know. Who is this? Maddie, you're good at self-restraint on your murders, where there are people who are not. It makes me feel like you murder me more. Red rum. I know, Maddie. I know. How was the storm, by the way? You safe? You good? I mean, it's just murder backwards. Pickles, I know you're biding your time. I know you're just biding your time. Do you? I think these colors are a huge pain in my balls. Huge pain in my 5 balls. That reminds me of an old family joke that we would say. And they're like, one day this guy, was scoping himself out. He noticed that he had a third ball. And then it goes, so he went to the doctor and he is having trouble telling the doctor that he had a third ball. So eventually he comes with like, hey doc, well, what I'm saying is if you were to add mine and your balls up together would be 5. And the doctor says, oh my God, you poor man, you only have 1 ball? And that was the joke. Really good, I know. Subvert your expectations. I know. A real rib tickler. Real rib tickler. Shut up, Jan. No refunds. I'm hilarious. I'm hilarious. I have not, Jan. It's already done. Can't stop me. Can't stop me. Yeah, it's really humid by me too. The old double team. It's not showing that. Why are my colors... Color balance is super fucking off. Ah, beans. Thank you, Jan. Beans and toast. Oh, this has been a tough one. This one's been a pain in my assholes. Seven, Shasta, 7. A very normal number. Yep, and it makes sense between two people. Shooby doo bap. What? You could act like a man. Sorry, that was just my random Godfather quote of the day. All right, are we done? I don't know. Well, that's why I'm asking you. God, because you would know. What's funny about this? How you doing, McMarty? All right. And last thing. But one more thing. All right, we're done. Fuck it, we're done. Seems like paintings like this take me 5.5 hours. We have 3 in a row that were 5.5. Ta-da! All right, let's clean up. This palette was very challenging. The main reason it was challenging is because I couldn't reliably get a good dark color from this. I'd say dark enough. So had to be creative a little bit in certain areas. The secondary aspect that makes things tough is when you have a bad yellow. And yellow ochre is not a good yellow. Now, if we had to change one color, the color that would, I mean, always the lemon yellow would positively affect it, but if I wanted to get the darkest dark colors, I probably would need Pyrrole Red or Pyrrole Scarlet. Probably would have helped me the most instead of quinacridone. I think that would have allowed me to open up the palette the most with using a brighter green like chromium oxide. Yep, would have worked the best. But, a lot to learn here. You might have been, there was some Pyrrole Scarlet votes, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, very rarely do you all even consider Pyrrole Red or Scarlet in these. There's Pyrrole Orange, and then it was Alizarin Crimson, and then quinacridone. We had I'm actually surprised Lamp Black hasn't won for blues yet. Because we might do this again. I'm somewhat enjoying the challenge of these. Well, I don't need to de-wipe everybody, but I probably should anyways. So let's do a good old de-wiping. Let's do a good old de-wiping. And I'm not a fan, but I put it there. Oh, God, the humidity. It's so humid. Oh, this is so much different. It's so much more moist than usual. Oh, my God.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
You sick fucks. Just in time, Lithia, for the de-wiping. Oh, my God. Hi, Dia. And, of course, Dia shows up. Oh, God. It burns. So good. I shall, Lithia. Oh, it's all sticky. And moist. All right, everybody. Just de-wiping. Oh, my God. How, Lithia, what were you working on? We are just finishing up here. Do ya? Well, this is my skeleton, Ricardo Montalbone, and his alter ego, Albus Greer. Albus Greer. Albus. Albus. Oh, good job shaming the chat. Oh, nice. Well, we did a limited palette today, Lithia. We did titanium white, yellow ochre, chromium oxide green, and quinacridone magenta. Please post your links, especially before I raid out, because you're raided into a raid. This is happening. Ooh. Let's see. Ghost brush. Well, I do have a storm that constantly follows me around. You gotta hurry up, Lithia. We're raiding out soon. Let's see. Soon. There you go. More fishing, McMarty. I don't know. We can wait a few minutes. I'm just Thank you, Omizu. Just hurry up, Lithia. Jeez. We're gonna raid gay vertebrae again, but that's fine. No, don't feel bad. Thank you for the raid. But we'll wait a few seconds to start it. Brown, I could be blue, I could be lion, it's gone. I don't have my phone by me, but I'll message you, Jan. I'll message you. I do not know. Don't come in here and lie, Lithia. Don't come in here and lie. Slander. There we go. Everybody go check out Lithia.
Grab the children! Save the children!
Those children are as good as... Ooh, wonderful work. Good colors. Good colors. Well done. Omizu, you have a wonderful night. Ooh, another one. Box of Shame, good. Good. Get all those chatters in there. Well done, Lithia. Love it. All right, we're starting our raid. Thank you, everybody. Next stream will probably be Tuesday. I was hoping to do plein air this week, everybody, but the weather is supposed to rain till next week, literally, or be cloudy and rainy till next week. So I don't know if it'll be able to do so, but join the Discord if you'd like to be updated on that. Plein airs will start earlier in the day. Just a Tuesday pick. It's just, what's a Tuesday? Just a Tuesday. And yeah, thank you everybody. Pickle, Shasta, Mud, Salt, Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Celestia, Dia, Lithia, thank you for the raid. Jan, Omizu. Oh, if anybody is not following me on YouTube, please subscribe to me on YouTube. I need subscribers on YouTube. Don't yawn at me. So if you are there and not subscribed to my YouTube, go now. Thank you, Pickles. Thank you, Emmy. Yeah. So heading out in 10. Thanks again. We'll see you soon. Bye, everybody.